Hello, good morning, welcome to Castle Combe Circuit for the 2022 Dick Mayo Sprint. We've started a little early because we've got one of our onboard camera cars with a little bit of shake on track. We thought you might like to see how Mike Smith's getting on coming into Tower here. Apex somewhere around 65 miles an hour, give or take, and then into Bobby's, the final corner here, before heading over the finish line. And if we
So far, the fastest ever is 67.08.
Send you the video.
So I'm within the ballpark.
Sevenoaks. I don't know. It wasn't live streaming. No, it might be capturing it to broadcast in another way, but it's not live streaming at the moment.
Okay. All right. That's good.
Right, hopefully we are back with some audio. Hopefully you'll be able to hear me on the stream. Sorry Terry if you think my commentary's rubbish. There's a very good reason I'm not a commentator. Usually. So yeah, apologies for the rest of the day, but if you can do better, please come and take the microphone from me. I'd appreciate it quite a lot. So here we are on board with Phil Oliver then, as he goes through the S's and into Old Paddock. Looks like we've got a bit of a glitch with his speed there, but it looks like we're doing 85, 90 miles an hour on the entry into Tower there. Oh, dab of opposite lock on the way in. Nice to see. Phil was last year's Class A champion in the MX5 Challenge, so he knows his way around here quite well. And he crossed the line with a 76.25.
Into the assembly area. If there is any cluster to the area, we'll let control know we'll get you out. So you should have all had unfortunately finished.
It seems like we're having a few problems with this microphone. We don't have a third one to try. So let's hope this one keeps playing. So that's Howard Cressy off the line in his Porsche. We're on to the Porsche Championship here. and that is highlighted.
Right. So we can we reprogram the hotkeys?
Right, I think we might have got to the bottom of these these problems. Okay, so hopefully that's all the microphone problems sorted, and we can get back on with me being very confused trying to commentate, and I can apologise profusely again for that, but this is the best we've got, unless someone else wants to come along. So who have we got here? We've got Martin Leach is next across the line. We've missed Geraint Evans with a 69.98, and Stephen Jory with a 69.98. So metronomic precision between that pair. I think we've got Martin Leach. Yep, just over the line with a 72.09. And this must be Graham Rose coming round tower and into Bobby's. And he crossed to the line in a 72.04. Off the line then, Hannes Tanzer in the Porsche Boxster. And yep, so Adrian Rowlands crosses the line at a 70.82. And this here is Melvin Spear rounding tower corner and into Bobby's. Rear end just moving about on entry there, and they'll be heading for the finish line in a moment. Second in class with a 68.43. And this here is Paul Watson on the start line. He's had the car for about 4 years and used it daily until last year. And he decided after 15 years out of motorsport he'd have a go at hill climbs and sprints. Judging by the fact that he's here today, I suggest it probably is. So Hannes Tanzer crossed the finish line at a 66.68. And this here looks like it might be Paul Watson. There we go, going through Bobby's now and heading towards the finish line in a 72.36. So there we go, quarry corner here, that must be David Hilton. David Hilton's driving a 996 GT3. Lovely. I wouldn't mind driving that home myself, actually. And here he is coming down towards Tower and through Tower. That is a lovely shade of red for that 996. Through Bobby's. And followed by Nick Wadsworth in his slightly older 911 through Old Paddock, and then through Hammerdown in the distance there. This is the last car, I think, in the first timed runs. So as he goes through the final corners here at Bobby's, he's going to head towards the finish line, and a 68.28, which gets him 4th in class. So if I move all my paperwork out the way and have a look at the the times, we can run through all the classes as they stand at the end of the first time run. So in Class A1 we have Julian Rinaldi, which I think is his first visit here. If not first, then first for a while. And he's managed a 79.5. He's followed by Steve Loveridge with a 81.87 in his Fiesta, and Lyndon Evans in a Fiat Punto with an 85.48. David Ashurst is fourth in class in his Fiat Punto Sporting with an 85.89, and Keith Bond in his C1 is fifth with a 90.59. Jenny Howells in her Imp is in sixth place with a 94.89, and Alex Howells in the same Imp with a 98.36 in seventh. Carolyn Doyle, which I think is the same Citroen C1 as Keith Bond, with a 107.58. So Class A2 for road cars 1400 to 1800. Leading at the moment is Alan Day in the Lotus Elise, followed by Mark Tooth with another Lotus Elise with a 72.44. Third in class is Andrew Ames in a Renault Clio with a 73.71. I think he might be doing 2 Litre Cup as well. I'm not 100% certain. I'll have to check my notes. Fourth place, Claire Tooth, sharing with her dad Mark in the Lotus Elise. She's on a 76.49. I expect she'll go a fair bit quicker later on. Donald Gay in the Toyota MR2 is fifth place with a 79.27, and Alan Hawkins in the MR2 Roadster in sixth place with an 81.5, followed by Richard Ames in a Clio, but not the same Clio as Andrew Ames, I don't believe, in an 81.95. Jamie Fisher Pearson in a Midget on an 82 dead, followed by Mervyn Brake in his MX5 on an 83.9. Stephen Hepworth in the Ford Cortina Mark 1 is on an 84.91 in 10th, with Don Bissell in the MGTF on an 85.02 in 11th. Brad Coles is the last person in that class to set a time in the Renault Clio Gordini with a 94.21. We don't have times for Luke Holt and Josh Harley, but I'm pretty certain. Josh has moved class into the 2 Litre Cup, hasn't he? I think. So he's not here in the sleeker, I guess. We'll find out later. Class A3 is Toby Allen in the Lotus Exige. Oh, we don't have. Excellent timing. The I don't have the timed runs for those times. Stand by. Okay, I think I have times back again now. So let's run through Class A3. Howard Barnard is fastest in the MX5 with a 68.77. Sarah Munns second place in Fiesta with a 69.68. Martin Prescott very close behind in third in the Fiesta on a 69.85. Toby Allen in the Lotus Exige is fourth place with a 70.13. Pete Goodman in the Elise is fifth place in a 70.63. And sixth place Wayne Blacker in the Mini Cooper S on a 71.49. Wayne Shawnee in the TT Quattro is in seventh place on a 71.54. That's 500ths. That's quite a battle because just 1/10 behind is Dan Friel in the Civic Type R on a 71.64. Mark Harris is ninth in the MX5 on a 73.72. That's not a bad time if he was in the MX5 Challenge either. 10th place is Robert Orford in the MGB Roadster on a 75.32. And 11th is Richard Cole in the Opel Speedster on a 77.35. Robin Dobwell in the Seat Toledo is in 12th place on 77.54. That's another close battle with Phil Ludbrook in the S2000 in 13th on a 77.67 and John Wells in the Hyundai i20N on a 77.72. Graham Vingo is in a Mini Cooper S on a 78.17 in 15th. Emma Ali is in an MX5, which she's quite disappointed about because it's not hers, it's her husband's, on an 81.75. And Paul Holmes in the Alfa Romeo 75 is the last person to set a time in this class on an 84.62 and 17th. Big class for A3. Class A4 is the over 2.6 litre road cars. And in the lead after the first time run is Matt Bennett in the 911 Turbo on a 63.24. Now, I've lost my times here. That is very quick. His own, I think, from memory, class record is a 63.02. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that go today.
Why have I lost the feed here?
Right, so Matt Bennett is followed by Geraint Meek in the Subaru Impreza on a 68.62. Matt Van in the VW Golf R rather than the Audi that we often see him in on a 69.54. Keith Weller is in fourth place in VX220 on a 70.35. With Trevor Hartland in a Focus RS in fifth place on a 70.67. Andrew Meek in the same Impreza as his son is in sixth place on a 72.31. Followed by Adam Pemble in the Sleeker GT4 in seventh place on a 72.47. They're very close. That's bound to switch positions at some point during the day. Gordon Pearce is in 8th place in the Porsche Cayman on a 73.31, so he's only a second shy of Andrew Meek. Paul Weller in 9th place on the VX220 is on a 76.64, and Barney Weston in 10th in the VW Golf is a 76.93. John Austin in the 986 Boxster is in 11th place on a 77.24. we don't have any times for Neil Furlong in the 911 Turbo. And Class A5, we have a sole run competitor in the electric car class, and it's Tim Tudor in a Tesla Model 3 Performance. That's pretty quick, 67.82. That's getting close to the record in Class A3, and it's under the record in Class A2. We don't currently have a record for A5 because he's the very first person to compete in that class, and of course he's going to set the record today. Class B2 is specialist road production cars for over 1400 and under 1800cc. Leading that class at the moment is Patrick Holmes in a Caterham Road Sport on a 72.38. Graham Holdstock is in second place on a 73.12, and Conrad Holmes in another Caterham Road Sport is on a 73.23 in third. That is looking like quite a battle, all three of those within about 9/10. B3 is for the slightly larger engine cars, so car engines over 1800 and bike engine cars. Paul Harvey's leading that at the moment in the Westfield SE, followed by Mark Everett in the TVR Griffith 500. And he's on a 68.68. Rob Pack in the Tuscan is in third place on a 70.3. Tim Monk in fourth in the Hayabusa powered Fisher Fury is in a 70.52. Alan Davis in the TVR Griffith is in fifth place on a 72.57, and Tim Simpson in the Westfield SEI W is in sixth place on a 73.5. John Brunner in the Ginetta G20 in seventh on a 78.57. Adrian Clements in Westfield SEIW on an 82.15, and Tim Dobwell in a VW Sirocco, which doesn't feel like quite the right class for a specialist limited run vehicle. He's on an 87.58. Right, so we are back underway with the second timed run, and we're starting with Class A1. Carolyn Doyle has crossed the line in a 106.25, and we're just looking at Jenny Howells in that amazing imp on a 95.83, finishing sixth in class there. Mark Tooth is currently on track as well at the moment, but we're watching Steve Loveridge leave the line. How before I actually had everything in front of me. There's David Ashurst going through Old Paddock. There we go. He's in his Punto Sporting there. So Mark has crossed the line in a 71.63. He's going to have a big smile on his face because he's now leading the class, which is interesting because in his commentary sheet what he said was he can't remember his PB, but it's not as fast as Claire. So let's see what Claire does in a minute. There's David Ashurst going through the final corner before setting an 87.66. I was really clever, I'd have the times up, wouldn't I? And I'd be able to tell you whether they'd gone quicker. That's a slower time actually for David there. So who do we have here? This is Lyndon Evans, I think, isn't it? In the Fiat Punto, just going through Old Paddock. Steve Loveridge has finished in an 80.74, which is over a second off his time. He's moved into second place there. We're looking again at Lyndon Evans there in the Punto, going through the final corner and heading towards the finish line. You can see in the top left corner of the screen an 84.04, third in class. That is a significant improvement, almost a second and a half off his first timed run. So he'll be happy with that, no doubt. And I think we're just looking at Andrew Ames going through Quarry Corner there. Julian Rinaldi, first in class still on an 80.18, which isn't quite as quick as his first run time. And Alan Day there with a 71.37 to go fastest in Class A2. And we're just watching Andrew Ames coming into Bobby's. And Andrew crosses the finish line in a 73.75 for third in class. We are watching Donald Gay here in the MR2. As he comes through Hammerdown on his way to Tower Corner. He's currently 6th in class on a 79.27. Car dancing its way into the first apex there, using both curbs and the curb on the exit. And 78.08, which is an improvement of 1.2 seconds, bringing him up to 5th place. We're now looking at Brad Coles on the start line. He's currently 12th in his Clio Gordini, and off he goes from the line. His fastest so far is a 94.21, but that was a significant improvement on his practice time. Here we go, coming into the final corner here, Mervyn Brake in his MX5. He's currently 9th in class, and he's gone a second quicker. It's now on an 82.89, but stays in the same position. And here in the S's, we have got Brad Coles in the Clio. through Old Paddock and on his way down to Hammerdown. And we're looking at Stephen Hepworth just left the line. This is Emma Ali. She's driving her husband Nor's car. I haven't seen him on the timesheets. So I don't know where he is today. Anyway, she's away from the line, hoping to improve on her first timed run. Brad Coles finishes in a 94.81, which is slightly slower than his first time run. And here's Emma on her way through the S's there. And then into Old Paddock. A little wide of the apex there. But I think using all the road on the exit. And on her way down through Hammerdown. This is Alex Howells we're looking at on the start line in the Imp shared with Jenny. I think is that the final runner for Class A1, double driver, so had to run twice. I think Keith Bond has just started and is the penultimate runner for that class, currently sitting in 5th place. There we go, Alex away from the line there. So Alan Hawkins in A2 managed an 82.04. Was slightly slower than the first time runs, and Emma Ali, oops, oh, we're both oh, his is a silver one. So does that mean this is Emma's car? Because her she says she's dual driving her husband's car today as her Turbo MX5. The Red Leopard is a bit ill after Shelsley last weekend. She can't make it. So maybe I might need to go and have a chat with her at lunchtime. She says she doesn't like her husband's car, the Screamer, as much because it's got no torque and it's a bit edgier than than her car. I'm sure that'll be an interesting conversation at home later. So Keith Bond on a 90.28 in A1 into 5th place, and Alex Howells consolidates 7th with a 95.06. Claire Tooth over the line in 4th place still with a 75.7. So at the moment, Mark's predictions are wrong. He's not slower. Howard Barnard, first in class then with a 68.3. Yep, that's almost half a second off the first run time there, so a bit further down the road for everyone to catch up. And we are looking at Richard Cole here on the start line in the Opel Speedster, which I think will be in, is that a Euro import? It's the same 2.2 turbo engine as a VX220, I presume. Thanks for the info, Matt. I'm glad you know what you're talking about. I've obviously got duff information here. Glad it's fixed anyway, and that means she must be much happier with it. So we've got a bit of a wait here, not sure why at the moment. Richard Cole's on the start line here. Just waiting to go out on track. I can't see, all the previous cars have finished, but they finished a lot slower. So I would guess we've had a problem with Don Bissell, and number 84 is coming for a rerun. That's Wayne Blacker in the Mini Cooper. So I think we can safely assume that something's happened to Don Bissell and he's crawled over the line quite some time after he should have done. Here we go then, Richard Cole off the line. His way up over Avon Rise and into Quarry Corner. Into the S's here. Not using Aldall Road on the exit there. There's a bit of time to be found for later on. Nicely over the rumble strip on the inside. And on down towards Tower Corner. Ah, so Matt's Classic Marques. Okay. Oh. Does that mean you're... are you in the paddock? Ah, different classes on the day. That makes sense. Excellent. Okay, so Richard Cole over the line in a 74.74. 10th place in class. That's a significant improvement over the first timed run. So he'll be happy with that. That was Robin Dobwell off the line in his Seat, coming up to Quarry Corner any moment. See him over the rise there. I can hear the wheel spin of Dan Friel off the line there in his Civic Type R, as Robin Dobwell's going through old paddock there. I can see I'm commentating on the wrong screen, but you know, you'll have to forgive me there. So Wayne Blacker on the second time of asking, after being red flagged on the first go, a 70.28, which puts him 5th in class. That's a significant improvement again of 1.2 seconds. You're in Southport, Matt. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit far to shout from the commentary box, if I'm honest. But you can hear me. So Robin Dobwell, 12th in class with a 76.24. And we're watching Dan Friel through Tower Corner here in the Civic Type R and into Bobby's. Rear end of the car bouncing as it dips into the second apex there. And a 71.34 74, which is a small improvement over the previous 71.64. Wouldn't expect quite such an improvement from him as an experienced competitor, so he's probably quite close to it at the start of the day. In fact, only 8/10 shy in practice of his second time run. Mark Harris has just crossed the line on a 73.69, ninth in class, and he shaved 300 off of his first timed run. Here we're looking at, is that Sarah Munns through Old Paddock there, I think? She's currently lying second in class on a 69.68. Phil Ludbrook has just crossed the line on a 74.89, which again is another big improvement, and still just a couple of seconds off Richard Cole. And there's Pete Goodman going up over Avon Rise and making his way to Quarry now in the Lotus. Sarah Munns 69.36. That's another few tenths off, but not quite enough to topple Howard Barnard at the top of the class there. Here's Pete on his way through the S's and into Old Paddock. Meanwhile, Robert Orford has crossed the line on a 74.56, which is 10th in class, despite a reasonable improvement, but he's got to watch from behind because Richard Cole and Phil Ludbrook are a lot closer than they were earlier. Here's Pete Goodman again into Bobby's and accelerating away over the line in a 69.25. That is 1.4 seconds quicker and pops him up into second place. Good run there from Pete. He'll be happy with that, no doubt. We're watching here Wayne Shawnee in the TT, Old Paddock, and then Graham Vingo off the line there. Wayne Shawnee here going through Hammerdown on the way into Tower. Meanwhile, Martin Prescott, we missed there, I think, on a 69.26. So he's also got ahead of Sarah Munns and is now in third place. She drops down to fourth. Wayne Shawnee across the line then in a 70.42, which again is another second off. The times are getting very quick now. He's up into seventh place. It's really tight from second place on a 69.25 all the way down to 70.42 for seventh place. We're just watching Paul Holmes there go through Quarry Corner, and it might be a good idea to move that Motor Club icon to the left hand side so that we can see people coming down the Farm Straight. Here is Paul Holmes through Old Paddock. Graham Vingo across the line in a 78.55. Where was he previously? That's slightly slower than his first run time, so he remains in the same position. Just watching Toby Allen off the line there. He's in Lotus Exige as he goes through Quarry Corner. John Wells has finished on a 75.26. There we go through Old Paddock there and heading down towards Hammerdown. So through Tower Corner, Toby will be the next one across the line after Paul Holmes, who finished on an 83.92, which is an improvement over his first run time. Toby Allen on a 69.59. Now earlier that would have been would have been good enough for a that would have been you'd have been better off. But that's 5th place now, but only 3/10 off of 2nd place, so that's looking like a very tight battle for the pots in Class A3. Is that Andrew Meek we're watching there coming down into? Yeah, it must be Andrew Meek coming into Tower Corner in the Subaru Impreza. And then into Bobby's. And he finishes in a 71.1. If I was looking at the right class, so that is a 1.2 second improvement, and has got him up into 6th place. Here we're looking at, I think that's Matt Bennett there, going through Old Paddock at a rate of knots there. Now he was very close to his class record on his first run time. I think it was a 63.24 versus the class record of a 63.02. Let's see how close he can get. John Austin meanwhile has finished on a 77.1. Puts him 11th. 63.05. That's 300ths off of his own class record. That's gonna go today, surely. And now we've got some on board here from Adam Pemble. Adam's in a Toyota Celica GT4. It's a 2-litre turbo car. And off he goes up Avon Rise. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we've got the speed on this one. So he's gone middle of the road line through on the entrance to Quarry. Popular choice. Wave to the marshals on turn into the S's, and here's the exterior shot. Fantastic. And then down into Tower. I'd love to know how fast he's going. Hopefully the next car will get some speeds coming up as we watch the onboards. Very tight there on the first apex, a little wide on the second. There's a bit more curb to be found there, and a 70.42 for 5th in class. That was 2 seconds quicker than his first timed run. I'm sure he'll be very happy with that. Meanwhile, we had Gordon Pierce in the Porsche Cayman on a 74.39, which was a little slower than his earlier time. On the line here in the Tesla, Tim Tudor, look at that launch. Incredible. I don't think we've got 64 foot times this morning, which is a shame. But I can imagine that would be sub 2 seconds. There we go through Quarry Corner. Matt Van has finished on a 68.14, which puts him 2nd in class. So he's ahead of Geraint Meek at the moment. But Geraint not yet taken his run. He's still handing over from Dad. In fact, they swapped over. Andrew's having a good chat on the pit wall, I can see here. Barney Weston, 74.93, 9th place. That is a good improvement of exactly 2 seconds over his previous run. And that Tesla is going some, isn't it? The line there, Keith Weller in the VX220. It's a 2-litre turbo car. as opposed to the Opel Speedster we saw earlier, which was a 2.2 naturally aspirated car with a home-built turbo. Tim Tudor 67.97. Now, I think that's pretty similar to his earlier time, isn't it? It is indeed. It's 15 hundredths slower. We've got Andrew Meek now on the start line. He currently sits in 7th position on a... Oh, we've had a spin at S's as well. That's Keith Weller in the VX220. So I don't think he'll be improving on this run. But he's got away again, so we probably don't have a red flag. Which would be good news for... sorry, it's Geraint Meek, not Andrew. Andrew is still chatting away on the pit wall. Conrad Holmes, 72.1. That is fastest in class, B2. And Keith Weller, 89.33. Well, that's the fastest car with a spin. God, I've just seen a lovely TVR Tuscan off the start line. Anyway, must concentrate. Geraint with a 67.42, which is 1.2 seconds quicker than his first time run. Still second place though. Matt Bennett a good distance down the road and looking pretty strong. He's just arguing with his own PB at the moment, I think. Just saw John Brunner off the line there in Class B3, and this is the amazing Tuscan. Now I think this one's road registered. Graham Holdstock then, 71.7 in B2, first in class. Rob Pack turning into the final corner there in his Tuscan. And across the line on a 69.2, third in class. We're looking at Alan Davis here on the start line. His TVR. That's a TVR Griffith. It's 4.3 litre V8, because who doesn't need a V8 in their life? John Brunner across the line in a 76.8, 7th in class. That's a significant improvement as well. A lot of people warming up very quickly this morning. That was Tim Dodwell off the line in his Sirocco. And Adrian Clements on a 71.91 for 5th in Class B3. Now he had a problem in his last run, so that's a massive improvement. It's best part of 2 seconds quicker than his practice, and he obviously had a spin earlier today with an 82.1 in his first time run. Alan Davis on a 72.94, 6th in Class B3. Slightly slower than his first run times. And are we watching Paul Harvey here come over Avon Rise? I can see over my shoulder. And that is must be Mark Everett. And Tim Dodwell there just flashed past with Mark Everett in the background. Tim crossed the line in an 81.97, which is a massive improvement of around 6 seconds. Swiftly followed by Mark Everett in the TVR, who has slotted into 2nd place with half a second off his previous best. And this is Tim Monk here. I'm not sure if he's got boost on that yet or not. I know it was in the garage last I spoke to him, and he was umming and ahhing about whether he wanted more power or not, because it's a little bit scary going quite quick. Paul Harvey across the line on a 68.61, which is a little slower than the first time run. Was that a lock up there for Tim on the way in? Little puff of smoke there. 69.45, fourth in class. And we're looking at John Rawlins on the start line in a Davrian Mark 8. Don't see these too much. With a 1040cc engine. He's running in the up to 1400 modified class. So I don't know what that's come out of. Maybe he's filled out his commentary form and we can tell you more about it. Oh, he certainly has. So he's had the car since 1981. So he bought it because he saw Pat Longhurst and Bob Jarvis at Liddon Hill driving Davrians. He's in a number of championships, the Sevenoaks and Districts Historic Championships, Tunbridge Wells All Circuit Championship, ASWMC Sprint Championship, and the AEMC Sprint Championship. It spent most of its life sitting unused in a Welsh field. Interesting. And it's a semi-race 1040cc imp engine. Of course it's an imp. A close ratio gearbox and a front disc conversion because it ran drums all round until this season. I bet that was fun at the end of the straights. He didn't build the original car, which was based on an imp platform. He had to spend considerable time renovating it immediately after purchase, which I'm not surprised considering it sat in a field in Wales. I was busy reading then, so I'm not sure who's stopped.
It was a little while ago.
One job, look at the screen. Still. And here we go then, the Davrian crossed the line on a 76.79, which is second in class. Behind Peter Cruz, who went over the line previously on a 71.81. There's Stephanie Colvin off the line in the is that an MG or a Rover? If only I had an entry list right in front of me. It's an MG. And this is, yeah, different class. With you now. Here's Nor in his MX5, which apparently is a little edgier. So through the final corner then. Old news. Is that a reference to me or just what I'm saying? So Nor crosses the line in a 74.65, which yeah, that is an improvement of 7/10. Not quite enough to catch third place Andrew Dadden though. Here's Stephanie Colvin again, through Tower Corner and into Bobby's. And off the line Nigel Smith in his Mark II Escort. Nigel can be a little bit leery. Which might be quite fun to watch in a Mark II Escort. Stephanie crossed to the line in an 83.06, which is a little slower than her previous best. Swiftly followed by Neil Locke on a 75.26. That's a second and a 100th improvement, but not quite enough to catch Nor, who's It's already gone a little bit quicker. It's Jamie Stevens here, coming into Tower Corner. Looking like might get caught by Nigel Smith. Certainly going to be close. This could well be a rerun for Nigel, we'll see. So Jamie on a 96.39, and no, we do have a time for Nigel, 76.29. So Nigel improved by 7/10, and Jamie obviously had a spin at some point because it was slower. So we're watching David Brown here in the Clio, coming into the final corner. And over the finish line in a 77.63. And there we go, sat on board with Mike Smith for a moment. Across off the line goes Rupert Ryle in the 206 GTI. That was Matt Nichols, chairman of the Motor Club. And through Tower Corner, Matt set his best ever time around this track this morning. So let's have a look and see how he gets on as he crosses the line here. Not quite as quick, 72.71. I bet he's still beaming from earlier though. And there's Mike Smith off the line. The onboard seems to have gone a little bit wrong, I think. He was running an onboard camera earlier. But it's now missing. It's a shame. So coming through the final corner, Rupert Ryle in his 206 and 80.27, which is a little bit slower than his first run time, remains 5th in class. Now we're watching Paul Slade in the magnificent Jag E-Type. What a legend for bringing that. 77.8 was the best this morning. 78.45, again a little bit slower. Here's Mike Smith coming into the final corner. And Mike finishes in a 68.55, slightly slower than earlier. And this is Graham Kendall coming into Tower. Some info from Matt Rowe there. Classic Marks is a power to weight handicap series, and the class times get the handicap applied, and those are the results that will matter most at the end of the day for those competitors. That actually works really well. I've seen a lot of variety in the cars there, and they're always closely matched at the end after handicap. Here's Simon Clemo. His son's directing for us, which is why we're getting a good view of him all the way round. Simon was a little bit slower than double driver Dave earlier, and he's done a 58.53, which is again a little bit off Dave's time, but it's an improvement for Simon. We'll see what happens when Dave comes out later. I think he's pretty close. Hold on, 57.72 he did earlier. He's already broken the class record. So let's see what he'll do later on. This is Tony Phillips in the Nova rally car. Pushing on through the final corner. And then we're watching Christopher Price, the first of the single-seaters. Tony Phillips did a 76.12, which is slower than his earlier time. Christopher Price is in the first TA, does a 60.03, which is slightly slower than his earlier time, but he remains first in class. And we're watching Malcolm Borman, I think. When he gets a little bit bigger, we'll double check that. Yep, that's Malcolm Borman. He's in E2, which is 1100 to 1600 cc cars. Currently lying second, slightly slower than his previous time. This is Matt Hillam. I can't remember if this car still holds the record after last year. I should look that up really. But that's a 2 litre car, which the record at the moment is a 53.51, and he's pretty close on a 53.95, looking promising for later on. Made the mistake of looking down there and missed who that was. It should be John Gregson. Yep, it is. Into the final corner here. John was previously on a 62.66 and goes quicker with a 61.83. Off the line now is Glyn Sketchley in his boosted Hayabusa powered Force, I think, isn't it? Someone's going to shout at me in a minute and tell me I'm wrong. Force PT. And on the start line now is Dave Cutcliffe in his Van Diemen DC93 wing car. Fantastic car that is. It's almost entirely home built. And the aerodynamics on it are unorthodox and potent. There's Glyn Sketchley coming through the final corner. Carol Torkington, meanwhile, crossed the line in a 58.23, which wasn't quite as fast as her previous run, but she remains first in class. Glyn Sketchley was on a 57.47, which is a fair bit slower than his first run time, and he remains third in class. Dave Cutcliffe, 57.42, which is marginally quicker than his first run time, but not quite enough to catch Glyn Sketchley. We're looking at John Ritter here. He's driving an Argo JM10, so it's a 1982 car, I think he said. I was talking to him last night as he was unloading. So he currently sits on a 77.94. He does a 75.64, fair bit quicker, but not quite enough to catch Kevin Frost, who we're watching here, in his self-built KMD4. He does a 68.46, which is 9/10 quicker than he managed earlier, which means it's another 9/10 John Ritter needs to find. David Phillips is on track at the moment, using all the road in the Nova rally car, having a great battle in the rally car class with Tony Phillips in exactly the same car. At the moment David's got the upper hand, so either way he's going to come out of this in the lead of this class, but the question is, will he make it a more difficult target for the third timed run? Using all the curb there. 74.84, it's another 1500ths off the time. And here's Pekka off the line. So the MX5s are out there. We're currently watching Nick Lear through Old Paddock. These cars mostly standard. In terms of power, it's just an induction kit and exhaust permitted, and there aren't many mods needed to make these cars go quickly. They are very, very cheap to compete in. Nick's also running a roll cage and seats and harness, as most of the drivers in this class are. Nick has exactly equalled his first run time to the 100th. He will be frustrated. And Pekka using all the road, fantastic. He's obviously got a bit between his teeth. 72.68. That's just over a tenth off of his previous time, but he remains behind Thomas Alderton, who is leading the class. The fastest I think anyone has ever been in a Mark II. So that is the Class A class record, I think. Here's Aaron Sharp. He's just coming over the line. 72.5, 400ths behind Thomas. That's James Herford off the line. And Phil Oliver on his way through Old Paddock, using all the curb there on the entrance and probably all of it on the exit too. On his way down through Hammerdown. So not using as much road as Pekka did earlier, and a very tight turn into Bobby's. No doubt he'll be watching the stream afterwards for tips. 75.53. That's quicker than he went earlier, and he's in 7th position there. We're now watching James Herford, 2017 Class A champion. If it wasn't for that cone, he'd have been overall champion. Using most of the road there. Good line, all the curb, all the curb. He is on a 75.74. He's gone up with a 75.13 into 6th position. Pekka would be quicker than Milk Float. Don't give him a challenge like that, Matt. Please don't. He's dangerous enough in an MX5. So we're looking at Thomas Alderton on the start line. Definite bias here with his dad operating the cameras to my left, getting quite excitable. Hugh Bowen across the line in a 76.51. That is a great improvement of 2 seconds for him. I think this is his first go here, in fact. So Thomas, I think, coming down into the S's here. That's very nice. Right up to the line, taking the short route towards Old Paddock, using all of the curb and a little bit of grass. Chris Parr has crossed the line in a 73.63, which is slightly slower than he went earlier, but I think he'll still be happy with that. Thomas, very nice line. using the right amount of curb, not as leery as he sometimes is, which is probably why he's so fast today. 72.62. It's not quicker, but he remains in the lead. Looks like you can have a nice drive home, Paul. They've got a couple of hours to get home in the car on the way back, and it'll be a good one if it's done well. Dave Greenslade 58.38 in the Radical, remains first in class, didn't manage to improve, so we watched Chris Bennett off the line there in his Force. Brilliant little 1100 car. Steve Morton 53.6. Let me refer back to my records list here. He's 900ths off of his class record, which is also the outright record. So we're within 900ths of the outright course record here today. This is looking promising for later today. As Chris Bennett comes through Tower and into Bobby's. Chris lives 5 minutes down the road, so he knows this place quite well, and he remains second in class on a 60.88. And here comes William Johnson into Bobby's. He's currently on a 65.95, so the 63.23 is a good improvement. And Mike Lear back to the MX5 challenge, just to keep me on my toes with the timing. Going through Old Paddock there, he's currently on a 75.51. Now he only needs 4 tenths to leapfrog James Herford, using lots of road there, nice line, lots of curb, lots of curb. Let's see what comes out of this. Is it going to be an improvement? It is. 74.55. Mike won last time out at Landau, and he's moving his way up the order. He does tend to be quicker towards the end of the day, so we'll see how much further he goes up the leaderboard. And this is Ben Crick in the MX5. He's leading the Bristol 2 Litre Cup at the moment, which is for normally aspirated cars up to 2 litres. And Neil Hall's there in the Clio. He's also competing in the 2 Litre Cup. On his way down to Tower Corner, Ben crosses the line in a 77.71, which is an improvement over his previous time and is good enough for 4th place. Here's Neil coming through the final corner. Can he improve? Yes, he can. He's down to a 77.74. Oh, there's going to be, they're good friends, those two. There's going to be a good bit of chatter in the paddock. They're side by side, and they've been competing all season together. 300ths is going to be fun. So we're looking at Josh Harley here on the start line, as Gary Henley's just coming up to the finish line. He's currently in 3rd place and has gone slower, so he remains in 3rd place. This is Edward Jones. He's in the Ford Fiesta, currently on a 78.49 in 6th position, hoping to improve on that, no doubt. As he crosses the line, 79.93. No, a little bit slower. And here's Dave Newman, the 2020 Bristol 2 Litre Cup champion, and he's 1st place, 69.41. That's another 1400ths off of his previous best, and is a new class record. So that's 2 class records that we've seen broken today. D1 for the Sports Libre cars with Dave Greenslade and Dave Newman in the 2 Litre Cup. Josh Harley's finished as well in a 73.72. He's in second place, so Dave Newman a fair distance ahead. Is that fantastic 996 GT3 of Tim Barber, and he crossed the line in a 63.8, and he's leading that class. That's a big improvement of 2.5 seconds or so, so he'll be very happy with that, no doubt. And we're watching here Ian Wadsworth in his 911 going through bobbies. And he finishes in a 67.91, which is a small improvement over his first run time. And is this Ian Crystal here we can see coming into Tower? He's in a Porsche Boxster S. That looks very much like a Boxster S. He was 81.69 in the first. Wow, that's a big improvement. 78.42. Fantastic work there. Looking on the start line here at Howard Cressy. I think Michael Brown about to cross the line in a 70.35 in his Porsche 944. That is 0.2 quicker than he went earlier. This is Jake Cartwright coming into Tower here. It's a big class this, lots of scrolling. He did a 74.49 in the first timed run. Let's see what he's able to do on this run. 72.76, big jump up the times there, but there was a big jump to the next person, so he remains 16th. Howard Cressy currently 11th place on a 70.6. So he comes across the line and 69.9, 69.99 in fact, moves him up to 10th. Now we're looking at Wayne Eason. He's currently 7th position on a 69.54. Can he improve? 68.26. Yes, up into 5th position. Moving on to Geraint Evans. Currently 9th position on a 69.98. 100th ahead of Howard Cressy. And then a 68.85, an improvement up into 8th position. Stephen Jory is 944 on a 69.98, exactly the same time as Geraint Evans. 68.76, he's slightly ahead now, but only by 900ths. That's a good little battle. I'm sure that'll keep going all day. Martin Leach through Tower, good little slide on there. Slightly compromised entrance. And across the line 70.86, which is another improvement up to 13th position. Graham Rose, currently in 14th position in his 924S, and he goes up to 10th with a 69.29. And we're looking at Adrian Rowlands here in his Boxster. He's currently 13th in class. He's dropped down the order a bit with all these improvements. He's on a 70.82 at the moment. He only needs half a second to jump up one position. Let's see where he ends up. 69.02, up into 10th position. That's 0.8 off. And we're looking at Paul Watson on the start line here. Paul's currently 15th place in his Boxster S. He heads on through Folly and on his way up to Avon Rise. And we can see here Melvin Spear, currently 7th position in his 964. It's a Carrera Cup car, this one. Yes, an improvement, up 67.41, takes him up into 4th place. Hannes Tanzer currently in 3rd position in the 718 Boxster, currently on a 66.68. Will this be an improvement? No, slightly slower, 67.38, remains in 3rd position. So next down towards the final few corners is Paul Watson. Paul's currently 15th with a 72.36. There's quite a gap to jump one place, but many people have made big jumps. 72.79. Slightly slower, remains 15th. Here's David Hilton. David's currently 2nd. I need to keep an eye on my cameraman. Yes, it's a little difficult. So David Hilton, 64.63. Big improvement there, 2nd place. Adam Crystal, double driving, currently 17th. Currently on a 75.61. There's a fair jump to get up to Jake Cartwright, who's slightly ahead. Through the through Bobby's there and across the line, 73.28. It's a good improvement, but remains 17th. The final car on track is Nick Wadsworth, coming through Tower then and into Bobby's. Currently 7th place on a 68.28. Where's he going to finish? 67.78. An improvement up into 5th place. And that, I think, is the last car before lunch. So we'll go for our lunch break. I'm not sure what time we're coming back. So we're going to have a fairly lengthy lunch break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. So we'll put some videos from some old events on for you to watch, and we're going to go and pig out. We'll see you in an hour or so.
too low, finishes, time off.
It's not actually a good advert, is it? With your brakes to what you mean.
2-0 finishes with the time of
Well, it's not actually a good advert, is it? With your brakes to put the meat in.
Too low. Finishes with a count of
No offence, it's not actually a good advert, is it? With your brakes to what you mean.
Hello, welcome back. We are about to get underway for the third timed run this afternoon. Not sure whether we're going to have one or two this afternoon. We think it's probably going to be two, but you never know. Fingers crossed for another two runs anyway, and we'll see how that goes. First up then, we've got Class A1. So recap of the standings. In Class A1, current leader is Julian Rinaldi. He's a bit of an expert at Wiscombe. I've seen him down there a few times. Tried to assault my cameras earlier this year, but it was alright. It beat out, so that was good. He's followed by Steve Loveridge and Lyndon Evans. So they're all lined up ready for another run. Then we'll have Class A2, which is led by Alan Day and his Elise, followed by Mark Tooth and Andrew Ames in his Clio. Class A3 will follow that, which is currently led by Howard Barnard in his MX5, followed by Pete Goodman in his Elise and Martin Prescott in his Fiesta. However, they should probably look out for Sarah Munns, who was looking very fast in the first time run, but wasn't able to capitalise in the second. Class A4 is Matthew Bennett in his Porsche 911 Turbo. He's 3 hundredths off of the class record, and whilst the weather has turned slightly, I'm hopeful that we might see that record broken today. Geraint Meek is second place, and Matt Van is third in his Golf R, which I think is the debut for him in that car. He had a AMG 45, I think, previously, but he's more usually found in his TT. I think he did fill out a little bit of information for me as well. Yeah, so this is his daily driver, completely standard. 68.14. Okay, he's driving that well. He did a 67.55 in the A35 AMG last year, so yeah, he's got a bit of time to find then for later on. And of course A5 is just one driver. That's Tim Tudor in the only electric car we have on the grid. So Carolyn Doyle away this afternoon on her third timed run. So currently she's sitting in 8th place. She's been improving steadily, and her best so far is a 106.25. Yeah. So Carolyn's had the car since January, and it's only her second event. The first one was at Bristol. It's completely standard. But she's planning to convert it into a C1 Racing Club spec car. The Silverstone Marshals team logo is representative that is hers, and her co-driver and partner's Marshall Club. So she's on the wrong side of the barriers for what she's used to then, by the sounds of things. She's been marshalling for 7 years. She is coming through Hammerdown and into Tower Corner. So 106.2 into Bobby's, using all the road on the entry, staying off the curbs there and over the line. Has she improved? 107.11, not quite. Well, hopefully she'll get another attempt later on to go quicker. This is David Ashurst off the line in his Fiat Punto. I think the Punto replaced a Fiesta he had before that, and an MX5 prior to that. He is into quarry. Meanwhile, Mark Tooth has gone across the line in a 72.14, which is slightly slower than his second timed run, but he stays in second place. Alan Day also half a second or so off his earlier better time and remains at the top of Class A2. So David on his way into Tower Corner in the Punto. Into Bobby's, really leaning on it on the way in. A little bit of curb. And he remains 4th place, 86.01. Now we're looking at Julian Rinaldi on the start line, currently leading Class A1. He's got a reasonable lead at the moment. Well, I say he's got a reasonable lead. Steve Loveridge has just improved by 3/4 of a second and is now on a 79.99, just 49 hundredths behind. So he'll be hoping for a 4th time run later on. Julian, meanwhile, on the way into the S's. Using the rumble strip on the inside of Old Paddock. And Lyndon Evans crosses the line on 84.37, which is slightly slower than his last time before lunch. He remains 3rd. Oh, straight on. That's 4 wheels off there. Yes, I think Julian's found the limit there. 77.8. I think that time might get quashed a bit later on. If it doesn't, then hopefully one of the timekeepers is listening. So Andrew Ames in the Class A2 has crossed the line there in the Renault Clio. Has that doesn't quite fit. I think that time has been oh no, hold on, sorry, no. Yep, he's improved from a sorry, he hasn't improved. He had a 73.71 this morning, so he's no quicker. Richard Ames has also crossed the line in a 78.45, which is slightly off his earlier best as well. Here's Donald Gay coming through Bobby's in his MR2. And he is also not quite beaten his best, so he remains in 5th place. And we can see Brad Coles there going up the Avon Rise and coming into quarry in his Clio Mark III Gordini. Brad's best today is a 94.21, so hopefully you can find a bit more time this afternoon. Mervyn Brake has just crossed the line in an 82.19, which is an improvement, but 19 hundredths shy of claiming 8th place, so he remains in 9th. Next across the line is Brad Coles. Here he is into Tower. So it's his first season with the car and his first season sprinting. Wow, 12-year-old suspension for Brad's car apparently, and he finishes in a 95.47, which again is, well, I suppose the suspension is more tired than it was before lunch. Alan Hawkins also across the line in 7th place. An improvement on his pre-lunch time, but not his post-breakfast. So we watch Keith Bond disappear over Avon Rise. I think he's double driving, isn't he? Keith is a meter reader, and he's been sprinting just this year, but he's marshalled for 18 years. So he'll be setting his PB today. Stephen Hepworth crossed the line in an 85.67 in his Ford Cortina. No improvement on this morning. He's exactly 1 second slower. Don Bissell also crossed the line in an 86.11, which isn't quite matching his first timed run this morning. And here's Marshall Keith having 2 bites of the steering wheel there as the car slides through the apex at Bobby's, and he crosses the line in a 90.4. And yep, that's slightly slower. He's been very consistent today. All 3 of his runs have been within 1/3 of a second, so impressive consistency considering it's his first season. Here's Emma Ali. I now know exactly what the score is. This is her car and she's not disappointed. So thanks for comments earlier today informing me of stuff I don't know, which you need a lot of comments. Alex Howells has crossed the line in Class A1 with a 96.47. That again is slightly off the pre-lunch best. Claire Tooth in a 74.28, and she's still behind her dad, Mark. So clearly it's a good idea to mention that you're the slow driver in your commentary notes, because that's well at the moment, because he's not the slow driver today. So Emma through the final corner. She's currently 16th and remains 16th. Slightly slower run on that one. Not sure what happened there, but her morning runs were very consistent, and she's a fair bit slower this afternoon. So on the line here, Richard Cole. We're into the 1800 to 2.6 litre category here. Richard's currently 11th in class in his Opel Speedster. Now it's an interesting car because I remember he's written some information down for me, I think. Maybe he hasn't. I could have sworn he had. No, I'm getting confused with him and Howard Barnard, who's just crossed the line in the lead of the class. So Howard Barnard has got turbo on his MX5. He's competing in the Classic Marques Championship, and he's just knocked another half a second off his best, and it's looking pretty unlikely anyone's going to catch him, I'd have thought. He's got a good second and a half on the rest of the field. Wayne Blacker, the first to attempt to beat him, has managed to knock 600ths off, and he remains in 6th place. This is Dan Friel off the line, heading up towards Avon Rise. I believe Dan's running in the 2 Litre Cup as well as this. Class A3. So he's had the car since 2018. Uses it both here and on the hills at Gurston and Wiscombe. And as you can see from the stance of the car through the S's, he's not hanging about, using a fair bit of rumble strip and the green stuff. It's pushing out 230 horsepower, but he says it's still way too heavy. He's been competing for 20 years, but he had a bit of a break with family commitments and living abroad, which doesn't help when you're competing in this country. So he crossed the line in a 72.12, which is 8th in class, and not enough to beat his earlier time. Prior to him, Robin Dobwell in the Seat Toledo did a 76.27, which was 300 shy of his morning best. And Pete Goodman crossed the line as well in a 68.12, which has closed the gap significantly. There was me saying Howard Barnard was going to walk it. Pete Goodman is behind now in 2nd place, so we can only hope that that final time run ends up in a bit of a battle. So we're watching Phil Ludbrook in the Honda S2000 as he goes through Hammerdown. Mark Harris, meanwhile, has crossed the line in a 74.58, which again is a little off his morning pace. Let's see what Phil can manage. A 74.98. Which is just a few hundredths shy of his pre-lunch best. Now looking at Martin Prescott, sat on the line in Class A3. He's currently 4th place with a best of a 69.26. And Sarah Munns has just got onto the podium. I did say she was looking quick earlier, and she has pulled it out the bag. She's 3rd place at the moment. So we'll find out what Martin Prescott can do on this run and whether he can regain that podium position. He's got to find a 10th. Rob Orford's just crossed the line. He's been competing for 56 years. He says he's raced and sprinted here. He says many times. I think that might be a bit of an understatement. He's got a PB of 72.56, so he's not quite matched that today. Yeah, he's 10th at the moment. His pre-lunch time was the best. Martin Prescott, a 69.27, so he's 100th slower than he was this morning, and he remains in 4th place. Here's John Wells off the line in his Hyundai. Currently 13th in class with a 75.26. Needs to find just over a quarter of a second to get into 12th place. So we'll see what happens in the next minute. Wayne Shawnee, meanwhile, has finished on a 71.41, which is 99 hundredths off of his morning best. Inside rear wheel lifting a little there for John Wells. Taking a nice bit of rumble strip on the inside of Old Paddock. Graham Vingo on a 79.01, which is again a little slower after lunch. Obviously wasn't much coffee being drunk at lunch, was there? Here's John Wells then through the final corner and powering across the line to finish at a 74.74, which is an improvement for him and brings him into 11th place. So he took more than that quarter second. I'm sure he'll be very happy with that. So here's Toby Allen in the Exige, I think. So Toby's currently 5th in class with a 69.59. If he can find half a second, he'll find himself second. So it's pretty close. Sorry, third. It's pretty close for that last spot on the podium. Chris Buckley, thank you, Chris. It's been confirmed as 2 timed runs for after lunch. It has been, but you know, things do change. You never know. So Paul Holmes, 83.03 at the finish line, remains in 17th. Toby Allen, a 68.73, which knocks Sarah Munns off the podium. So that's going to be a further battle later on today. That was a good improvement there. The third driver in the 68s. Oh, let's see, we've got an on board from Adam Pemble. We'll come back to that when he leaves the line. Paul Weller then across the line in a 74.58. We're on to class A4 now, aren't we? So Paul Weller in 9th place. That is an improvement for him. He's knocked a second and a half off over lunch, so he definitely did have a coffee. That was John Austin off the line there in his Porsche Boxster 986. John incredibly consistent today. He's done 3 runs in the 77s. He's got a 77.10 to beat. Andrew Meek, meanwhile, 71.64, which is half a second off his morning best, and 71.37 for Conrad Holmes, who is class B2. And that is a significant improvement for him. That takes him from 3rd place up into the lead of that class by a couple of tenths now. On the start line here we have Gordon Pierce in his Porsche Cayman. John Austin then crossed the line with a 76.52, which again is an improvement. So I'm sure he'll be happy to be out the 77s there, but it doesn't get him up ahead of Barney Weston in 10th. Matt Bennett 64.21. That's not going to beat his record. It's his slowest run of the day, actually. I mean, I did go into the into the cafe for lunch, and they did have some good food on, and it is quite a lot of food in it. Not that I'm a little slow this afternoon myself, but so here we go then. Adam Pemble off the line with the onboard camera. Up over A from Rise, and heading straight down the middle of the road before a reasonably early apex at Quarry, and down the farm straight. Coming into the S's here. Using most of the track and keeping a tight line on the way into Old Paddock. It's quite uncommon. Meanwhile, Trevor Hartland has finished in a 70.9, no improvement, and a 73.3 for Gordon Pearce, which is 100th off of his best. Adam Pemble crosses the line then in a 71.31, which again no improvement, 5th place. He's supporting Race Against Dementia, charity set up by Sir Jackie Stewart to help fund dementia research. He's just doing this for fun. He's normally in the HSA Championship. In his car. Matt Van crosses the line, 67.8. That is an improvement, and he's now right behind Geraint Meek. We are watching Barney Weston here in the VW Golf as he heads down Hammerdown. Barney's best today is a 74.93. So he's hoping to make it further up the table, I suspect, with this one. Is that twin headlamp conversion on the Golf? Performance aerodynamics, that is. 75.2. Not quite, just a little off his best. On the line now, Tim Tudor in the Tesla Model 3 Performance. Look at the way that thing launches. Wow. He's already at A from Rise. Incredible. His best so far is a 67.82, so we'll see where he ends up at the end of the lap. Keith Weller has done a 70.42, which is nearly his fastest, remains in 4th place. Using a lot of the road there in the Tesla. Didn't quite make the apex. He was saying over lunch that the car has quite a lot of electronics to keep it going round corners, and it tends to take more control than he really wants it to. So he and the car seem to be doing quite well though. .67.66. So that would be good enough for second. Well, in fact, that is the second fastest road car here today, behind Matthew Bennett in his 911 Turbo. To give you an idea of how fast a completely standard Tesla can be. Impressive. So on the line here, John Brunner. John's in his Ginetta G20. Graham Holdstock's just crossed the line in his Caterham 7 with a 72.3. That is not his best, and he remains 3rd place. Rob Peck, 68.85. He's the first of our Class B3 runners, and that's an improvement for him. But not in position. He remains in 3rd place. John Brunner will be next across the line. Here he is, taking a late apex there at Old Paddock. and through Hammerdown on his way to Tower Corner. Through Tower then, bit more time to find on the exit I think, and on the turn in for Bobby's. Leaving the line now then, Alan Davies in the TVR Griffith. And John Brunner crosses the line in a 76.62, which is a marginal improvement, not quite enough to catch Alan Davies though, who we're watching right now. Adrian Clements, 70.69 in his Westfield. That's a significant improvement, but he was at the head of a pack chasing another pack, so he remains in 5th place. And Patrick Holmes, 73.23 in Class B2, and he remains in 2nd place. That's no improvement for him. Let's see what Alan Davies can do in his TVR. 72.49, which is a marginal improvement, and has got him. He was on exactly the same time as Tim Simpson, so no improvement in position there. Watching Paul Harvey going up Avon Rise and coming into Quarry. So Paul Harvey currently leading the class in his Westfield. Mark Everett, 68.07, a small improvement, but remains 2nd. And here we go, Paul Harvey coming along then to see, he's the joint leader in the ASWMC Sprint Championship. He's had 5 wins out of 6 events, 1 third. I think we can safely say that this is likely going to be his 6th win of the season. 67.43 is a tremendous improvement. He says he loves Castle Combe and the people around it. That's also a significant improvement on his PB of 70.05, which he's been under all day. Well done. Tim Monk across the line in a 71.55, no improvement for him. He remains in 4th place. And we're now watching Peter Cruz in the Mini Cooper. Peter's currently leading Class C1, ahead of John Rawlins in the Davrian Mark 8, which we followed for a lap this morning. Tim Simpson, 71.27, which is an improvement for him, and puts him into 6th position. Here comes Peter Cruz. He's likely, well, he's definitely going to be leading the class at the end of this run, because he already is. 71.82, which is 100th off of his run before lunch. John Rawlings is next on track, and he's got a fair bit of time to find in his Davrian if he wants to catch Peter, which I'm sure he does. So off the line, Stephanie Colvin. Stephanie's in her MG ZR. colour there. So John Rawlins, a 76.31, which is an improvement, but he remains second in class. So the first driver in C2, the modified cars up to 1800, is Knorr, and he finishes in a 75.51, which is no improvement for him. So Stephanie next across the line. Here she comes through Hammer Down into Tower Corner. Her best today was an 81.7. Let's see what she gets as she crosses the line now. 82.33, so no improvement there, remains 7th. On the line now, Nigel Smith, entertaining us in his Mark II Escort.
Yeah. So I
Nigel's had the car for 7 years, and he rebuilt it for stage rallying. He's had a few class trophies, but he changed to sprinting a couple of years ago because it's less hassle. He's competing in the ASWMC and the Welsh Trident Championships. He was with us at Landau earlier this year, I seem to remember. He's from Hereford. He used to do a bit of auto solo. I remember seeing him in the paddock in a 206 GTI he had a few years back. Yeah, he was first in class at Landau a few weeks ago. And he likes the fact that it's just down to him in sprinting, which is great. So Jamie Stevens, 74.30, which is no improvement for him. He remains second. Nigel crosses the line in a 77.02, which again is no improvement for him. He remains 6th in class. Now watching Matt Nichols. Matt's the chairman of the motor club. He knows his way around Castle Combe, but he's always found it a little bit tricky. He hasn't gelled with this track quite as much as he has others. He has, however, set a PB this morning, which he was quite happy about, as he would be. So 71.42 is his PB from this morning, and that was good enough for second in class. He's going to need to dig deep though to beat Alison Locke in the Lancer Evo. And he's digging deep. Rumble strip. David Brown crossed the line in a 76.59, which was an improvement. And he's in 3rd place in class. Alison Locke on a 69.03 is not an improvement, but she is in the 66s. And funnily enough, and 72.30 is not quite as fast as his PB from this morning. Now watching the wonderful E-Type of Paul Slade. Paul's currently 4th in class with a 77.8. Rupert Riles just crossed the line in 5th place with 79.05, his fastest of the day. And here's Dave Greenslade. I think he was the first person today to break a class record in the Radical he shares with Simon Clemo. I get the feeling we're going to watch Dave all the way round, given that Simon's offspring are currently controlling the video feed. Wow, look at that. Dave's really on it. Just the right amount of curb. He's metronomic usually. Paul Slade 76.88. That is a good improvement for him, and he remains fourth. Mike Smith, who we started the day with on the in-car camera, he is class C4, and he hasn't quite improved over his first run time. Remains first in class. And Dave, not quite as fast as he was this morning, but remains at the front of the class.
So where'd you take it like for service from?
Now watching Graham Kendall in the Ford Anglia 105E. Graham hasn't really got much chance against Dave. Much as I'd like to see an Anglia going at the speed of a Radical, I can't really see it happening. His best today is a 78.89, so I'm sure he's going to aim for an improvement. Tony Phillips 76.2, he's in the rally car class, competing against David in the same car. He's ever so slightly off his best today, and he remains second, so he'll need the final lap to take the win from David. And there's William Johnson off the line. First of our cars from class E2. He's in the OMS 2000. This is the up to 1600cc class, so I'm going to hazard a guess it's probably got a Hayabusa engine in it. Graham Kendall crossed the line in a 78.21, which obviously wasn't enough to beat the Radical, and he remains third. Christopher Price 59.83, fastest in the smallest single-seater class in his 1000cc Force. So William Johnson crosses the line in a 64.51, no improvement, remains fourth. Next to cross the line will be Steve Broughton. He needs 900ths off his morning best to take the outright track record. Not quite. 53.9. Tremendously fast. Here's Carol Torkington, one of the SBD team.
Please make your way to the assembly area.
So Carol's been competing in this car for a while. Action from the rear of the car there. Stepping out a bit on the exit of the S's. John Gregson finishes in a 61.52. It's third in class. Here's Carol into the final corner. And she finishes in a 58.05. Now watching John Ritter in the Argo.
We have competitors in classes F1 and F2. That's competitors in classes F1
So
and
he.
F2. Please make your way to the assembly area.
I was going to read out some information about him, but it seems that the car number's wrong on my list here. Dave Cutcliffe, 58.05, exactly the same time as Carol Torkington. It's not his fastest of the day, so he remains in fourth place. Same as Carol, That was not her fastest of the day, but only 800ths off her best. And here's John Ritter coming into the final corner in his Argo JM10. And a 74.87, which is the fastest of the day, but he remains 6th. And then back to Radicals again with Simon Clemo and the rather biased directors to my left. Nice burnout, Simon. Who hit the replay button? Anyone hit the replay button? I'll send him that later, shall we? Kevin Frost just across the line in his KMD4 Special, 67.91, which is an improvement for him. He remains 5th. Here's Simon also taking the tight line, just like Dave. The car has a surplus of grip and not a huge amount of power, considering. Still pretty quick though, but you know. So that tighter line working for them. It's a shorter line, not quite as much track used on the exit by Simon there. He's been trailing Dave today. Will he be able to take the lead? Really want to know. I really want to know. His boys definitely want to know if he's gone better, but we don't have a time at the moment. However, David Phillips, a 74.95, he was going to remain in the lead of that class no matter what, and he has done. So here we're watching Nick Lear. Yeah, so we do have a small timing problem there for Simon's time. I don't know whether he'll get a rerun or what at this point. Double hot tyres, that's not going to be a benefit. So Nick coming through into the final corner. Pekka has already crossed the line at a 72.86. And Nick with a 74.96, not his best. I think he managed a 73.9 last year. And here's Aaron Sharp. Aaron is, I think, currently leading the MX5 challenge. And somewhere here in my piles of paperwork, yep, he's currently 2nd in the Bristol 2 Litre Cup, having completed one event less than the current leader. So effectively he is very likely to be leading the 2 Litre Cup. And now we're on board with James Herford. James was the 2017 Class A champion in the MX5 challenge in the affectionately known Stirling Moss, named because it had moss growing from the indicator, as you do, whilst setting records. Here, in fact, at the Great Western Sprint, he set a record with some moss growing from the front of the car. Aaron Sharp, a 72.6. That's strong, but it's not quite enough to topple Thomas Alderton, who is beating all comers. And James is off the line now. The speed trace is a little bit flickery, but I can see he was doing 90 miles an hour over Avon Rise there, as he's sliding the rear going into Quarry Corner there. Classic James. He does like a bit of sideways. I know he was on a drifting day last weekend at an airfield. Not in this car, Nissan 350Z, I think. Here he is through the S's. Phil Oliver, I think that's a pretty significant improvement for him in 6th place on a 74.79. James is going to be disappointed because I think Phil's just overtaken him. Let's see what James can do here. 81 through Tower and 60 miles an hour through the final corner, 66 miles an hour over the finish line. 75.3, 8th in class. And Chris Parr here on the start line. Mark 3 MX5, so that's a Class B car.
It's on board. It's part of the live stream.
Hugh Bowen still making his way round the far side of the circuit. Directing team as Thomas Alderton takes off from the start line in his MX5, hopefully for him to take the win. Over Avon Rise there, little kink left, there we go. Oh, and back end just slight worry. He's obviously seen James's lines on the live stream. Hugh Bowen, 77.09, 9th place. That isn't as fast as he went earlier. Here's Thomas, a bit of grass there on the inside of Old Paddock. Dad likes that. Chris Parr, over 73.04. I think he'll be very happy with that. That's a good improvement. Not quite enough for a pop today, but he's still got one more run left. And Thomas using all the curb and the rear end, trying to overtake the front as he goes through the final corner. 72.42. That is a further improvement on the Class A record and puts him neatly at the front of the pack, where he already was. But now he's got 800ths and a very happy dad. Yeah, the trailer may have helped the fact that he can get it home no matter what. Yeah, worth 3/10, definitely 3/10. So where he found the other 1.2 seconds from, we will never know. Chris Bennett across the line in his Force in a 60.9, which puts him second in class. So we watch Malcolm Borman get a bit of dust there on the inside of Old Paddock. Matt Hillam has just broken the track record. He is the first person into the 52s in the running of this event, of 52.94. That is the fastest time today, the fastest time ever. So let's see what Steve Broughton can do about that in the final run. Malcolm Borman also first in class there in Class E2. And we watching Ben Crick here, I think. Yep, that's Ben there coming through the S's. Ben currently leading the Bristol 2 Litre Cup and making good use of the rumble strip there. Mike Lear, 74.72, 5th place. Not quite as fast as he went earlier. But he is still just ahead of Phil Oliver, who made that good improvement. Don't want to take credit or out, but I did tell him that he needed to improve his lines for this run. Just saying. Ben crosses the line in a 77.58. And my memory's failing. I can't remember if that's quicker or not. It's the fastest run he's done today. He is 4th place. So he was 300ths ahead of Neil before this run, and we'll see what that turns into at the end of the run. Here is Neil away from the line. So instead of 300ths to find, he's now got to find 2/10. That's not impossible. Ben and Neil, good friends, they joined the 2 Litre Cup together, and they've been competing together all season, and they're really enjoying their first season of sprinting and hill climbing, having done hill climbing at Wiscombe Park earlier in the season, and later in the year they'll be at Manor Farm, plus they've done Landau and Clay Pigeon as part of this championship. It's one of our own home championships. So 77.58 to beat. That's Ben's time. Can Neil trump his friend? Not quite. No, he doesn't improve on his earlier time and remains 5th. Here's Gary Hendy on the start line. It's his first event in this car. He was quite happy when I told him at lunchtime that he's mixing it with the MX5 drivers. So yeah, 74.85 is his best of the day. He's currently 3rd in class. Got a bit of a weight going on here. I wonder if this is due to the timing problem we had earlier with Simon Clemo. We still don't have a time for Simon, and he's not in the assembly area, so I suspect there's probably someone tapping him on the shoulder and saying, do you want to come and set another time? Here we go then, away from the line, Gary Hendy. Gary's a prolific MX5 competitor. His previous MX5, I think, went through the hands of Simon Clemo, and is now in the hands of the Long family, who are likely to start competing with that next year. So through Hammerdown then towards Tower as David Newman leaves the line. 2020 2 Litre Cup champion. Or a bit of a wriggle there for Gary coming through Tower. He's not one to leave time on the table. Let's see where he ends up. 76.07. That's a little slower than he went this morning. Who are we waiting for on the start line then? So I can see that Josh Harley's just gone into Quarry Corner. He's 2nd in class at the moment on a 73.72. Edward Jones crossed the line in a 79.14. That is not quite as fast as his fastest today. He remains 6th place. Let's see what David Newman can do. He's got a healthy lead. 69.5. Well, he's certainly consistent. 69.55, 69.41 and 69.50. And his practice time was only a few tenths behind that. Fantastic stuff. showing why he was the first champion in this championship and previous MX5 Challenge winner as well. In fact, the inaugural winner of that championship. So that's looking like some really good points for him today. The points, of course, based on class records. Sorry, winning time and percentage difference. I should know that, really. Josh Harley then a 73.73, which is a 100th slower than his previous time. So no improvement. Second place. Tim Barber then 63.30 in his 996 GT3. That is an improvement of exactly half a second to extend his lead in the class. We're now watching Ian Wadsworth. Ian in the 911 SC RS. Ian's currently in 6th place on a 67.91. But before he crosses the line, Ian Crystal has just finished on a 77.81. That puts him 18th. But it is a small improvement. No change in position. So Ian Wadsworth, 67.97, 600ths off of his previous best. We're now looking at Jake Cartwright, the Porsche Boxster, on the start line. Jake on his way up Avon Rise towards Quarry Corner. So Jake is currently 16th. He needs to find about half a second to get 15th position. Those kind of lines through Old Paddock are probably going to help him. Michael Brown, 70.20. That is a marginal improvement, but it doesn't gain him quite enough. He's still 2100ths behind Howard Cressy in the 718 Cayman. So here comes Jake then towards the finish line on a 73.29, which isn't quite enough to beat his best, so he remains in 16th place. Now Geraint in his 911 Carrera 3. Howard Cressy then in his 718 has made a bit of a jump away from Jake Cartwright. He's now up into 10th place with a 68.96. He's locked off over a second on that run. Here's Geraint Evans using all of the road on the exit of the S's and taking a tight line and using all of the curbing through Old Paddock there. He goes through Hammer Down. Wayne Eason has finished in a 69.84 in 7th position. No improvement for him. Not using quite so much curb on the exit of Tower for Geraint Evans. Through the final corner. And a 69.69, which is just off of his best from earlier today. Here's Martin Leach on the start line. Away he goes. Martin's currently 14th 14th in his 911E.
Porsche's Robert finished
His
third.
best so far is a 70.86. So you can bet that he's targeting a 69, isn't he? Talking of which, a 69.69 for Geraint Evans and a 68.76 for Stephen Jory. 8th place for Stephen, which is no improvement. It is his fastest time of the day, but it is no improvement. His last two runs have both been a 68.76. What are the chances? So here's Martin Leach coming into Tower Corner. In 14th place at the moment. He needs about half a second to improve. Can he do that? Car sliding nicely through bobbies there. Powering away down to the finish at 82.2 miles an hour with a 71.01. No improvement there. Here's Adrian Rowlands off the line in his Porsche Boxster S. His best today is a 69.02. That's enough for 11th place at the moment. So he's clearly targeting the 68s. Unless he's unless he's hoping for a 67, which will find him a long way up the order. There's a lot of cars in the 68s. Keeping a much tighter line on the exit of S's there. Graham Rose, 69.78. 12th place for him. No improvement. So here's Adrian Rowlands again then, coming through Tower. Into bobbies. The car settling over the bump there on the second apex. 68.7. 8th place. It's an improvement, and he does take a place. So, Hannes Tanzer on the start line. It's Porsche 718. He bought this car in January, and he's competing in the Porsche Club GB Speed Championship. It's a flat 4 turbo. It doesn't weigh much. It's pretty quick. It's competing in completely standard condition. He's been competing for 3 years, and he's done track days and sprints here at Castle Combe, so he knows his way around. He used to compete in a Harley Davidson, which is a little bit different, I think, to your average Boxster. Or is it? I'm saying Boxster. I've got a very small screen. Cayman. Whoops. Need to get the kids closer to the screen to help me here. So Melvin Spear, 67.72. That's 4th place, no improvement. And Hannes Tanzer, 67.21, a marginal improvement. But in time, not in position, remains 3rd. Paul Watson finishes in a 71.76 in 15th position. Small improvement for him there. And Adam Crystal here coming into and through Quarry is Boxster S. As the last car of this timed run leaves the line, Nick Wadsworth. Here's Adam using most of the road on the exit of the S's and using the tight line through Old Paddock. Not the last car. We're going to have Simon Clemo as I'm going to hazard a guess we're going to follow him all the way around. I can see Dave running down to the start line to help him with the starter, no doubt. David Hilton 65.20, no improvement, remains second. Adam Crystal 73.09, that is his fastest today. 17th position for him. Nick Wadsworth currently on track 67.62, and that is a small improvement, and he's now in 5th position. So I get the feeling we're going to get one last run of bike engined excitement. Simon Clemo gets himself ready for his rerun. So it's Dave versus Simon. Dave managed a 57.72 this morning. No pressure, Simon, but you've got to break the class record to win. And we're off. Here we go then. Through Folly then, taking the shortest route there and up Avon Rise. No on board for this one. Through Quarry at quite a pace. And down the farm straight. Taking the tight entrance there into the S's. The car sliding really nicely there. And the tight entrance into Old Paddock, the shorter line. Through Hammerdown. Using most of the road on the exit. Taking a shallower line again into Bobby's. Using all the curb everywhere. 59.41. Not his fastest today. He remains second. That's the end of the 3rd timed run. And the presence of cars in the assembly area tells me we are definitely having a 4th timed run. This is good news. So we'll have a moment to reset the timing for the 4th timed run, and then we'll resume with Class A1, the up to 1400cc road cars. Right, so we're back on the fourth timed run now. We've had a few cars finish already. Carolyn Doyle in the Citroen C1 with a 105.97, which is a further improvement. And also Jenny Howells in the Imp with a 72.72. That is a full whole 100th quicker than she went in the third timed run. An improvement nonetheless. Mark Tooth a 70.89. Now that is going to make his day. I thought I heard a yelp. Here he is coming past me. He's now in the lead of Class A2, which I don't think was in the agenda this morning. So he'll be very happy with that. I'm hoping he can maintain that lead. David Ashurst, 86.85 across the line, which is not his fastest, and he remains in fourth place. Steve Loveridge in the Ford Fiesta in an 80.2, slightly off his best, and he remains second place. I think are we watching here Julian Rinaldi? Julian almost certain to be the class winner today in Class 81. Let's see what happens. Lyndon Evans 83.98. That's third place and a good improvement there. So here's Julian into Bobby's. His best so far was an 80.18. Well, sorry, 79.5, 77.61, which I think beats the time he managed when he cut the chicane on the last run. That's a fantastic time for an A1 car. That's a 1 litre Ford Fiesta and a 77.61. Alan Day, a 70.97 in his Lotus Elise. That's not quite enough to beat Mark Tooth. Might be ever so slightly biased, given that Mark is on the committee of the Motor Club. We are watching. I think this is Richard Ames, isn't it? In Class A2, taking quite a tight line on the exit of the S's. Andrew Ames has just finished in a 73.42. Which is a good improvement for him. He's third in class. It's looking like a pot to take home if he can keep the rest at bay. Richard finishes in a 78.34, which is 500ths off his best, and it is a significant amount past his PB, which was an 80.11 at the start of the day. Well done, good work, Richard. We're watching Brad Coles. Brad's in his Gordini Clio, which is, as he says, a trim level for the Renault Clio. Donald Gay, a 78.94, which isn't quite as good as his second time run, which was his best of the day. And he remains in 5th place. So here's Brad on the way into the S's. Yeah, it's his first season with the car, so he's still getting to grips with all of this sprinting malarkey. Mervyn Brake, on the other hand, has this is not his first rodeo, an 82.78. Hello Merv, if you're listening back in the future. see you next weekend at Wiscombe, no doubt. 82.78 for Merv Brake. 9th in class. Oh, hold on. I'm in completely the wrong place here. Let's try that again. That is not an improvement. He remains 9th. Brad, 94.31, which is 1/10 shy of his first timed run. He's been quite consistent this afternoon. Alan Hawkins, 82.89, his MR2 Roadster. 63.7 over the finish line. That's 7th place on account of his first timed run. So we're watching Keith Bond in the Citroen C1. 18 years of marshalling under his belt. Taking a wide entry there into quarry. Stephen Hepworth finishing in an 83.91 in 10th position. That's a good improvement, considering the wind has picked up and it's a little bit cooler now. That's good going. So Keith making his way through Old Paddock, keeping off the rumble strips. Don Bissell finishes in an 85.47 in his MGTF, 11th place. Not quite as fast as his first timed run. Quite a few in this class not as quick as their first timed run. So I wonder if conditions were particularly good at that time for this class. Keith through the final corner and finishes in an 89.57, which is 5th in class, and is his first trip into the 89s. Well done, good improvement. Just Alex Howells to finish in that class, and then we will know the finishing order of class 1. Off the line goes Emma Ali. Sits in 16th place. Alex Howells finishes in a 95.37. No improvement, remains in 7th place. So the provisional results for Class A1 up to 1400cc road cars is first place Julian Rinaldi in his Fiesta with a 77.61. Second place Steve Loveridge in Ford Fiesta, 79.99. Third place Lyndon Evans, 83.98. David Ashurst, 4th, 85.89. Keith Bond in Citroen C1, 5th place with an 89.57. Jenny Howells in the Hillman Imp, 6th place with a 92.72. 7th, Alex Howells in the same Hillman Imp, 95.06, and Carolyn Doyle 8th place in the Citroen C1, 105.97. Just heard quite a lot of tyre squeal from somewhere, but we can't see anything and everyone's still going. Probably the start line. Anyway, Emma Ali finishes in 82.83. And that is no improvement on this morning. She remains 16th. Howard Barnard, an 87.18. I think we found the source of the tyre squeal we just heard. That's 20 seconds slower than his best. But however, he is at the sharp end of the field with a 67.71 from earlier. Wayne Blacker, 70.33. That's no improvement, and he remains in 6th place for now. I think, on the assumption that we have a retirement from Jamie Fisher-Pearson, who we haven't seen since this morning, we have all of our runners from the 1400 to 1800 cc cars. So winning that class, Mark Tooth on a 70.89 in his Lotus Elise. Alan Day close behind in his Lotus Elise, 70.97, and Claire Tooth makes it 2 teeth on the podium in the same Lotus Elise, shared with Dad on a 73.12. We missed that. She made a very good improvement there. 4th place, Andrew Ames, 73.42, just missing out by 3/10 on the podium. Donald Gay, 5th place in his Toyota MR2, 78.08. And Richard Ames, Renault Clio, 78.29 in 6th. Alan Hawkins, 7th in his Toyota MR2, 81.5. Jamie Fisher-Pearson in the MG Midget, 82 seconds flat. 9th, Mervyn Brake in his MX5, 82.19. Stephen Hepworth 10th in his Cortina, 83.91, and Don Bissell 11th in his MGTF on an 85.02. Brad Coles 12th place in his Clio Gordini on a 94.21. And we are now watching, I think, Pete Goodman in his Elise, being in Class A3. It's got to be supercharged, I think. Robin Dobwell, meanwhile, finished 76.44, and that is no improvement. He remains 14th. Dan Friel, 71.69, not quite as fast as his earlier 8th position. Pete Goodman, 68.61. That's not quite his quickest either, but he remains in 2nd place. Now we're watching a very left line on the entrance to Quarry for Sarah Munns. She's currently 4th. She was bumped off the podium in the last run. Can she regain a podium place? Car's really moving about, putting the power down, coming out there. A lot of curb on the inside of Old Paddock. Seems to work. Through Hammer Down and into Tower. Mark Harris has finished on a 73.8 in 9th position. No improvement. And a 75.46 for Phil Ludbrook, who finishes in 13th. No improvement. Sarah Munns does improve. Podium position at the moment, 3rd place. She's knocked half a second off. So that's 7/700ths, in fact, that Toby Allen needs to find in his siege to take that position back. Watching Wayne Shawnee in the TT, coming into Quarry Corner. He's currently in 7th position, with best just before lunch of a 70.42. Neat line on the exit there. Robert Orford has finished in a 75.25 in 10th position. That's no improvement on his prior best. Let's see what Wayne can do. Using a nice amount of curb on the first apex and the second. Running out to the edge of the track on the 3rd curb, and a 70.97. 7th position. No improvement. So this is Paul Holmes, who's currently 17th. In the Alfa Romeo 75. I think these have got an engine at the front and a gearbox at the back, haven't they? Something quite bizarre like that. I'm sure I'll get lots of messages telling me exactly what I'm right and wrong about in a minute. But his best today is an 83.03, so targeting the 82s. Graham Vingo has finished in his Cooper S in a 77.5. That is a good improvement for him, and he is 15th. John Wells also finished in a 75.03 in his Hyundai i20N in 11th position, off the back of his previous run best. Here's the Alpha 75 of Paul Holmes just going through the final corner, and it's an 82.26, which is his best time of the day, and he finishes 17th. Here's Andrew Meek off the line. He's finished chatting on the pit wall, as he was earlier for quite some time. Classic middle of the road line into Quarry there. Down the farm straight towards the S's. Toby Allen finishes in a 68.91, which is 4th position, and that cements Sarah Munn's position on the podium, so she did get it back on that run. So we have all the positions then for provisional positions, at least for Class A3. The win going to Howard Barnard in the MX5 with a 67.71. Second place, Pete Goodwin in Lotus Lee, 68.12. Third place, Sarah Munns, Ford Fiesta, 68.67. Toby Allen, 4th place in the Lotus Exige, 68.73. Martin Prescott in the Fiesta was 5th with 69.26. Wayne Blackler in the Mini Cooper, 6th place with a 70.22. Wayne Shawnee in the Audi TT was 7th with a 70.42. Dan Friel in the Honda Civic Type R, 8th place with a 71.34. Mark Harris in the MX5, 9th with a 73.69. Robert Orford in the MGB Roadster was 10th with a 74.56. 11th for John Wells in the Hyundai i20N with a 74.74. 12th for Richard Cole in the Opel Speedster, 74.74 as well. I don't know how that's going to pan out in the official results. They may be the other way around, because by the looks of things, 74.74 was set earlier by Richard Cole, so I don't know if it goes down to the second best time, which was John Wells with a 75.03, which might be why he's ahead. You'd have to look at the official results for that one, I'm afraid. 13th place, Phil Ludbrook, Honda S2000, 74.89. 14th place, Robin Dobwell, Seat Toledo, 76.24. 15th place, Graham Vingo in the Mini Cooper, 77.50. And 16th, Emma Ali in the MX5, hers, not her husband's, 81.14. 17th place, Paul Holmes in the Alpha 75 TS LE on an 82.26. So we've just missed Matt Bennett, who didn't quite manage to beat his own class record, although he has been within a couple of tenths 3 times today. And he remains, of course, at the top of the class. Trevor Hartland in 4th place in the Focus RS. He has improved and he's dipped under the 72nd barrier, so I'm sure he'll be happy with that. Gordon Pierce, 8th place at 76.38 in his Cayman. That's a little bit off the pace from earlier, so he obviously had a problem whilst I was looking down and not looking at the screen. 70.52 from Adam Pemble, who we watched on board with earlier. Barney Weston really chucking it in through the S's there. Adam finished in 6th position in Class A4. Barney's currently 10th on a 74.93. He needs to find over a second to beat Paul Weller into 9th place. 74.32. That is a good improvement, a great improvement, but not quite enough. He remains 10th. Conrad Holmes then, off the line in his it's Caterham Road Sport. He's currently leading Class B2, but it has been quite a battle, so we'll see how that one plays out. Tim Tudor, of course, won his Class of 1, but more impressively than that, had he been in the unlimited class for road cars over 2.6 litres, he'd have had a pretty solid 2nd place. So an impressive run there in the Tesla Model 3. And here's Conrad heading into the final corner at Bobby's. Taking a bit of curb there. Retains his first position, of course, on a 71.95, which is not his best today, but maybe it'll be enough. We're still waiting for 2 cars in Class A4 before I can tell you who's likely to win that. Keith Weller finishing in a 69.45 in 4th position, dipping into the 69, so he'll be happy with that. This is Graham Holdstock, I think. Geraint Meek, 67.51. Not quite his best, but pretty close to it in the Subaru Impreza, finishing in 2nd position. We haven't had Matt Van yet for this last run, so we'll see what happens there as we watch Graham Holdstock heading towards the line. A 71.15. So that was an improvement, and it was enough to jump ahead of Conrad Holmes. So he's taken the win there, subject to Patrick Holmes in Conrad's car, or might be his car, or it might be their car, who knows, it might be someone else's. He's still to go. They're still changing drivers in the assembly area, so we'll find out who's won that class shortly. Meanwhile, I think we're watching John Brunner here coming into the S's in his Ginetta G20. Rob Pack has just crossed the line, the first of the B3 cars to finish in a 69.25. That amazing TVR Tuscan, which I'm just going to watch coming into the paddock. That's not an improvement. He remains in 3rd place. And there's John Brunner heading his way up towards the finish in a 77.27, which isn't as fast as his previous run, and he finishes in 8th position. Watching Mark Everett off the line there in his TVR. working quick through Old Paddock there. Adrian Clements in Class B3 has finished in a 70.43. That is a improvement, and he's in 5th position. Alan Davis has finished in a 70.52, which again is an improvement, and quite a significant one, of nearly 2 seconds. So he's now in 6th position. Mark Everett, 67.87, which again is an improvement, and he finishes in 2nd position. Still a few more to run in that class, so we'll see what happens. We're watching Tim Simpson turning into Quarry Corner there. Tim is currently in 7th position. He needs to find the best part of a second to beat Alan Davies. So Paul Harvey has finished just 1/100th shy of his previous best time, and he remains at the front of the class, with Tim Monk finishing on a 70.37, which is a little off his best of before lunch, and he remains 4th. So here's Tim Simpson through the final corner, and he finishes in a 71.13. So that is his best of the day, and he's 7th. So we are watching Peter Cruz in the Mini from the modified class, coming through Quarry, down the Farm Straight and into S's. He's currently leading the class from John Rawlins in the Davrian. Patrick Holmes has finished in a 71.49, which is I scroll back to there. So he wasn't. Yes, it was a small improvement, in fact, on his best from earlier. So he's gone from leading the class at lunchtime to 3rd place at the end of the day. So Class B2 then, by the looks of things, has been won by, provisionally, Graham Holdstock in the Caterham 7 on a 71.15. Followed by Conrad Holmes in the Caterham Road Sport on a 71.37, and the car shared with him by Patrick Holmes on a 71.49. That's a pretty close finish. Well done to the three of you. Meanwhile, Peter Cruz has finished in a 69.74, which is his first time under 70 seconds today, and consolidates his win, with John Rawlins finishing 2nd with his best time of the day at 75.57. We're now watching Stephanie Colvin in Class C2, the modified production cars over 1400 and up to 1800 cc. It's MGZR. She has a best today of an 81.7, which she set in the first run. See if she can improve. Noor Ali has finished in 73.95 in his MX5. Sorry, 73.98. I don't know where I got that number from. 73.98. That's 4th position with a good improvement there of 2/3 of a second over his second run time. Stephanie finishes in an 81.19, which is an improvement over her first timed run, and she is in 7th position. Neil Locke has also finished his MGZR in a 74.71, a good improvement, in 5th position. Now watching Nigel Smith heading up Avon Rise and into Quarry. There's a fair bit of lean on that car, isn't there? Given it was built for rallying, it's probably pretty good in the forests. So Nigel's best today is a 76.29. He needs to find a 2.5 seconds to jump ahead of Neil Locke and take 5th position. Jamie Stevens finishes it with a 73.61, which has done him a world of good and moved him up to 2nd place from... Oh no, sorry, it hasn't. My mistake, it's 100th slower than his first timed run. But he is still in 2nd place. Nigel Smith then across the line at 66 miles an hour in 77.86, which doesn't quite match his pre-lunch times, and he remains 6th position. So we're watching Matt Nichols on the start line. David Brown has just finished in a 77.77. That's no improvement. He remains 3rd position. Please doff your cap as Chairman Matt leaves the line. He's currently 2nd. He did set a PB this morning, but he needs to find 5 seconds to jump up into the lead. It's a tall order. Alison Locke finishes in a 69.55, not as fast as she went earlier, but she is still a fair bit ahead of Matt, and it looks highly likely that she will take that win. So here's Matt through Tower Corner, using all the road and a little bit of the rumble strip. What's he gonna get on the exit? 72.63, not quite as quick as he was this morning, but he was happy enough at lunchtime with his personal best. 2nd place in class. That looks pretty strong, given that 3rd place is already finished, and he's got quite a margin over 4th. So here's Paul Slade in the Jaggy type. Here's Mike Smith on the start line here. That's, Tony Phillips has just left the line and is heading down the farm straight. Rupert Ryle has the 9.48 in the 206 GTI. That completes Class C3, in fact. So C3 won the modified production cars over 1800cc, won by Alison Locke on a 66.93. Second, Matt Nichols in his TVR 3000M on a 71.42. Third, Paul Slade in his Jag E-Type on a 75.34. Fourth, David Brown, Renault Clio 182, 76.59. Fifth, Rupert Ryle, Peugeot 206 GTI on a 79.05. So Tony Phillips finished in 76.10, which I think, isn't enough to beat David Phillips. So they finish in that order. David on a 74.84, which he still has opportunity to improve, and Tony on a 75.6, which is his final time. So Mike Smith currently leading the class for modified specialist production cars. Should be next across the line. Oh, we have a problem for Mike. We're going to have a red flag for the Anglia there, and a rerun by the looks of things. I don't know what's happened to Mike.
He went off on the grass at Quarry.
He was on the grass at Quarry. I missed that. Is everyone shouting at the screen? Sorry, I was busy reading out results. He perhaps shouldn't have slowed down quite so much. Still, he's still leading the class, so that's a benefit. So I suspect we will see Graham Kendall and his Anglia coming straight past us here, asking for a rerun, which means Pete, who's standing with his back to the rerun queue, is going to get a bit of a surprise in a minute. Okay, so we'll just have a moment whilst they sort out who's done what. With Chris Price sat on the start line. Right then, so Christopher Price off the line in his course, currently leading the up to 1100cc class for racing cars. He's leading from Chris Bennett by a second and a half or so, and John Gregson in his Jedi. Next to leave the line will be Malcolm Borman. And he leaves the line now. He's leading class E2. There's Malcolm into Quarry. And Christopher Price finishes in a 57.89, which is a massive improvement. And I can't see anyone beating him there. He was a second and a half clear before, and he's just lopped off a second and a half. So good luck, Chris, trying to find 3 seconds. That's going to be a tall order. Malcolm Borman then leading class E2 for the 1100 to 1600cc cars. Crosses the line in a 57.86. Obviously still leading the class as Christopher Price drives past me here to hand over the car to Chris Bennett, who then has to beat him in the same car. So Matt Hillam broke the outright course record earlier, and he's on track at the moment. Let's see if he can improve on that. So no, it's 53.55. His course record stands at the record he set earlier of 52.94. So here's John Gregson in the Jedi. 60.81, which I think, if I find myself in the right place, yes, he's by 700. He's now ahead of Chris Bennett as Dave Cutcliffe leaves the line. You can hear the traction control working overtime. All the pops and bangs of his special that he's built over many years. A local legend at Cologne. I believe the car is Hayabusa powered. And Carol Torkington has finished her run in 57.04, which puts her second place. As Dave comes into the final corner, where's he going to finish at the end of this run? 56.46, fourth place. So Carol's lead at lunchtime has been more than eroded, and she's finished second to Malcolm Borman. And here is the unintended consequences of moving the logo at lunchtime. Says, can't comment on commentary at work and it's too noisy. I wish I was there to watch, says Robert Bisp. He's hoping your boss isn't watching. Kevin Frost finishes in a 68.75. That's fifth place for him. No improvement over his earlier time. Graham Kendall has got a rerun in his Anglia, which I'm sure he's very happy about. His best time today so far is a 78.21. 77.78. There we go, good improvement for him. And we're back to MX5s. Here's Mike Lear. There's been a lot of back and forth today on the MX5 class. And Mike is going first. Normally it's Nick. Have they forgotten to change their numbers as Pekka takes off down the straight? There's Pekka. David Phillips finishes in a 74.84. We already knew where he was going to finish. And we've got some on board from Aaron Sharp. 2 Litre Cup Championship leader. MX5 Championship leader and 2 Litre Cup second place at the moment. as he goes over Avon Rise into Quarry. Second, Pekka in third as it stands. Off the line goes Hugh Bowen. And Phil finishes in a 74.85, sixth position. So I think that's just behind Mike. So here's Hugh making his way through the S's. And into our paddock. And then we've got an onboard here from Thomas Alderson. Director's privilege. James Herford finishing at 74.68, just pipping Phil Oliver, pushing him down to 7th place there. That's incredible. First place then. I'm not sure who we've got left out of that class, but we'll run through them in a minute. Steve Broughton then, can he take the lead back from Matt Hillam? All he needs to do is break the outright course record and he'll win. Sounds impossible, but he is at least driving the car that holds the current course record. Here we go. Steve likes Castle Combe. And he has held the record here previously. Let's see what he can manage. Across the line, 52.12. Wow, that's going to be an interesting conversation when they get back to the paddock. That's a fantastic time. That is over a second under the track record as it stood this morning. That's a fantastic bit of driving. Well done, Steve. I think it's safe to say you're not going to be beaten today. So let's have a look and see what. So we're still waiting on Nick Lear for the MX5s. He's the last one in that class to go. and we're waiting on Chris Bennett for Class E1 before we can call that. He's on track at the moment, and there's Nick Lear off the line. So we should get some more results in a minute then. So Chris Bennett has finished on a 59.99. He's managed to regain his second position, but he's been unable to topple Chris Price, who takes the win in the up to 1100cc single seaters from Chris Bennett, with John Gregson briefly holding second place before being dropped down to third. Now I think we've had a bit of a shuffle in the MX5s. By the looks of things, Mike and Nick forgot to swap their numbers. So the time of 74.88 from earlier was Nick's time, but it doesn't beat his 2:74.8s from earlier. So this is Mike then trying to find a second and a half to beat Chris Parr, which might be a bit of a struggle. However, we do have William Johnson finishing Class E2. We haven't seen David Standing since the first timed run, so I think we can safely assume he's retired. So the win's gone to Malcolm Borman from Carroll Torkington, David Standing and William Johnson. I'm also assuming that we're not going to see Glyn Sketchy in the up to 2 litre racing car class, but we'll hold on for a moment. How did Mike do? He managed a 74.33. Good going for Mike there. And he drops into 5th. So we have final positions then, provisional positions for the MX5 challenge. A maiden overall sprint win for Thomas Alderton. Paul sat next to me trying not to cheer whilst I say that. On a 72.42, he's managed 4 consecutive mid-72s today. And even his practice run was considerably under the Class A record. He's followed by Aaron Sharp in second place with a 72.5, and reigning champion Pekka Telekas in third position with a 72.68. Fourth position, Chris Parr on a 73.04. Mike Lear improved on the final run, but not enough to beat Chris, and remains 5th on 74.33. James Herford finished 6th on a 74.68, and Phil Oliver 7th, pushed down at the last minute by James with his 74.79. Nick Lear, we did finally attribute the time to the right driver, in 8th place on a 74.8, just 100th behind Phil. And Hugh Bowen in 9th position on a 75.87. Pretty close battle. Oh, big sideways moment there. Is that Dave Newman? It is indeed. 2020 Bristol 2 Litre Cup winner Dave Newman pushing on. I don't think he's going to improve his time with that kind of driving, but you never know. Back end's moving about loads there as well. So Gary Hendy's finished in a 74.92. That's no improvement over his first time run, and a 77.75 for Ed Jones, which is an improvement. Dave Newman then 69.54. It didn't lose it. The rest of that run must have been fantastic, because he's only only a tenth shy of his best all day. In fact, all of his runs have been within. Let me do some quick maths. 14 hundredths all day. There's consistency for you. Josh Harley finishes with a 74.8 in second position. It's no improvement, but his previous time was good enough. So we have the results then for the 2 Litre Cup. So provisionally in first place, Dave Newman 69.41, Josh Harley second 73.72, Gary Hendy third place 74.85, fourth Ben Crick 77.08, fifth Neil Halls 77.09, and wishing he was 200ths quicker. Sixth place Edward Jones 77.75, that final run improvement. So on to the Porsche Club Speed Championship. Ian Crystal has finished at a 76.6, which is a further improvement. He's improved all day long. He's in 18th position there. Tim Barber, first place. Go Thomas indeed. Not that the whole family's watching or anything. Tim Barber then, first place with a 63.18. That is a final run improvement. Can anyone beat him? We don't know yet. Jake Cartwright's just left the line, hoping that he can. He'll need a fair improvement though from his current position. So Michael Brown finishes in an 81.4 in his Porsche 944. That gives him 13th position. Not sure what happened to him on that run, but that's 11 seconds off his best. I would suggest he probably saw either a lot of grass or the way he was going through the side window. Spin at Quarry. Brilliant. There we go. So Geraint Evans through Quarry. Jake Cartwright 72.71 in 16th position. That is an improvement of 5 hundredths as Graham Rose leaves the line in his 924S. Howard Cressy crosses the line 73.29 in his Cayman 718. That's 5 seconds off his best as well, so I wonder if he's also had a little bit of lawn mowing. Here's Graham Rose then through the S's as Geraint Evans finishes in a 70.41. And that's 10th position for him. No improvement. And through the final corner then, Graham Rose, currently 12th position, 69.78, which is exactly the same time that he did last time round, but not as quick as his 69.29 he did just before lunch. I'm seeing a trend here, everyone's going a little bit slower after lunch.
That extra kilo.
So Adrian Roadlands finishing in a 70.4. Again, a little off his last run time. Remains in 8th place. and we've got, by the looks of things, the final car on the start line.
There might be another double drive.
Oh yeah, and a double drive there, yeah. Well spotted. Melvin Spear in a 70.11. Again, a little off his best in his 964 Carrera Cup. Remains in 4th position. If these are the last couple of cars, then a few people appear to have gone home already.
Yeah, I think Adam Crystal's the last.
Well, we've got Adam Crystal and David Hilton on the start line. Adam Crystal then through Quarry Corner, currently in 17th. Needs to find about 3/10 to leapfrog Jake Cartwright into 16th. David Hilton then over Avon Rise and into Quarry. David's currently 2nd, but he has got a 2.5 to find to take the win from Tim Barber. Both running the 996 GT3, so it's equal possibilities from both of them. Adam Crystal 75.31 doesn't quite make that jump into 16th. I can hear that GT3 through my headset and through the window from the other side of the track. It sounds fantastic. 64.07. It was a good improvement, but it wasn't quite enough. So by the looks of things, I can't see anything in the assembly area, and nor can you. So with the recovery people stepping out of their vehicles, I think it's safe to say we are done for the day. So in the final class then, it was Tim Barber who took the win in his 996 GT3 with a 63.18. David Hilton just behind on a 64.07. Hannes Tanzer in the 718 on a 66.68 in 3rd. Melvin Spear in 4th position on a 67.41. 5th position Nick Wadworth in the 911 SCRS 67.62. Quickly followed by Ian in the same car, Ian Wadsworth in the same car on a 67.91. They had a good little battle all day, tense between them. 7th Wayne Eason in the Porsche Boxster 68.26. 8th Adrian Rowlands in the Boxster S on a 68.7. 9th Stephen Jory in the 944 68.76. 10th Geraint Evans in the 911 Carrera 3 68.85. Howard Cressy in the 718 GT was 11th in the 68.96. 12th Graham Rose in the 924S on a 69.29. 13th was Michael Brown in the 944 on a 70.20. 14th was Martin Leach in the 911E on a 70.86. 15th was Paul Watson in the Boxster S on a 71.76. 16th Jake Cartwright in the Porsche Boxster on a 72.71. 17th Adam Crystal in the Boxster S on a 73.09. And 18th Ian Crystal on a 76.6. It's been a good day, I think. It's gone quite well. Yeah. So thanks for watching. If you still are, I'm not even looking at how many people are watching. We're probably switching off right now. It's probably a good thing. Thanks for watching if you have, and if you haven't, you won't be hearing this anyway. I'm going to try and do this again in October, 8th of October, back at Castle Combe Circuit for the final round of the British Sprint Championship. They're the fastest cars in the country. It should be quite exciting. Hopefully we will see you then. Bye.